Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. We're doing Tuning into Your Divine Calm 3, which we're dealing with inflammation and the inflammatory processes. And so, there's a little bit deeper dive into vagal tone, but it's also a little bit deeper dive into inflammation, just inflammation in general. And inflammation usually is a result where the body is trying to deal with some difficult problem like an injury or an area that might not be working well. But it is a very short term uh, strategy by the body to help increase blood flow to a particular area. But after a while, it starts to get, red, it starts to get puffy, it starts to get inflamed. And so, what starts off is trying to accelerate the healing process by the body. Again, the body sees everything very short term, right? Over a period of time starts to cause, problems. And, one of the things that you could say is that inflammation, for one, accelerates the aging process. You know, if it's in the whole body, it's the whole body. If it's a particular area, it means that area is degenerating. If inflammation and inflammatory materials are circulating through the body, it will also impact the brain. It makes the brain degenerate at a much more rapid rate. Um, and if you look at any of the degenerative conditions, any of the chronic health issues, inflammation is always a big factor of it. There was this study done and many years ago, and they were looking at like the causes of death. And it could be injury, it could be a car accident, it could be an infection, but they were just looking at like the mechanics of what happens as a person's passing. And 94% of the time it was related to inflammation, right? So even when we do things that we don't think are that big of a deal, like for me, sometimes when I'm pushing and I get really tired and I get really fatigued, I can just feel inflammation watching over my body. And so you wouldn't really think of as fatigue as being a big factor, but there's all kinds of things that are associated with inflammation. I would say inflammation of the body also goes hand in hand with potentially inflaming our emotions and even our mind. Our body becomes more reactive, the emotions become more reactive. Our mind kind of goes to places that might not be good for us. They can potentially inflame a situation rather than trying to resolve it. And part of it is what's going on with the nervous system. It's not just like an energy of inflammation. It is usually based on some mechanics. And our body's in an inflammatory state, our mind is not really cognitively processing things quite like it should. It's a bit more reactive. And so we don't really think things out. We just react to things, you know. And so we want to shift all this. We want to shift the reactiveness in the body, in the emotions, and in the mind. And really, we can focus on the nervous system and these inflammatory processes and resolve things even in the emotions and mental body, especially things that are impacted by uh, inflammation. And so, you know, this weekend we're going to go very, very slow, let you have your experiences, but you can see how these things can be deeply relaxing to you. If you have inflammation, they're deeply relaxing. But even if you don't have a lot of inflammation in the body, it will still be a way of toning up the vagal tone in the nervous system in a very particular area, right? So I'd say if this area hits you hard, which we all have inflammation, it's just to what degree, right? But if what we are doing is like really knocks you out or makes you sleepy or, something like that, I would probably spend more time doing it. If not, you might just want to do it from time to time. Like a good example of times where this is an issue. You know how like you get sick and then you get over the virus or the bacterial infection or whatever, and it's all done. You might be a little tired, but you know, like you still don't feel that good, and the nose is still running, even though you're kind of over everything. You test negative for whatever, COVID or whatever. But some of what's happening is the body is still in a sympathetic state, sympathetic nervous system state, and your body's still in this reactive mode, right? We want to create this space for the body to go into repair mode kind of whenever something arises. So prevention can be as good as treating something when it's happening. And so, with that, we're just going to tackle um, the immune system right off the bat. We're going to go after uh, increasing tone in the immune system. So, you can use your blend immune vagal tone, but you can also use Cape chamomile, sage, dark blue tansy, galbanum, melissa, spikenard, or vetiver. So, whatever ones you have, pull it out and get it ready. And part of increasing vagal tone and part of helping the body heal, we do this thing called body awareness, where you put your awareness on your body and then you begin inhaling, right? But the act of doing body awareness just by itself also helps the body go into repair mode. It helps shift from the intellectual mind over to the intuitive mind. The intuitive mind is associated with healing. So you have your oil ready, but we're not even going to use it at first. We're going to actually do a little practice of just playing with body awareness, and then we're going to do it with vagal tone. Okay, so close your eyes and just check in with your body. Where do you feel an ache, a pain, a tension? Where do you feel something? Is it up in the sinuses? Is it in your back? Is it in your knee? Wherever it is, your eyes are closed and you're just putting your awareness on that area. Now, you're not trying to make something happen. You're not trying to relax it. You're not trying to do anything. You're just observing. You're just watching that area. We want to train the body to go into rest and repair mode. You're still observing. And just pause and let go. Just let it all go. Okay, now go back to the body and reassess as your awareness is on your body. Does that area still feel the same? Is there a new area that has arisen? Wherever is like your top spot, put your awareness on that area and observe. Okay, you're just letting it go. How's your body starting to feel? How is the mind? So we're going to do it again, but this time we're going to integrate the oil. So again, you've already chosen one of your oils. Observe the body, assess the body. Where do you feel something in the body? You're not inhaling yet. You're just assessing. Your awareness is on that area and you're observing it. Okay. You're going to maintain observing that area, but now you're going to begin inhaling the oil with your awareness on that area. You're still observing. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just completely let go. So we're letting go of the body, and you're just letting things incubate. How's that feeling towards you already? Mm, mm. So do more of it, but still, let's talk this out a little bit. So when we think of inflammation, we just think of like, oh, my knee has some swelling, or my thumb is, swollen, or I feel swelling in my nasal passages, or sometimes it's just like, oh, I feel a little crappy, all over. I'm achy, right? So a lot of times we think about it as just a thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't think of like all the processes that have to be in place for us to feel that bad, or for that thumb to be swollen, or that, the sinuses to be inflamed. We just see it as, the thing is that's inflammation and I need to get rid of it, right? So even with that, that's still like in an intellectual mode. Like there is a symptom that I need to get rid of. And so the intellect goes, I need to resolve this. I need to get rid of this, right? Which is true. It does need to happen, but it's not as isolated as intellect thinks that it is. When you start looking at it from the point of view of the whole body, or you start to look at it from the point of view of intuition, which is looking at processes. The intuition is always about like how everything's working, how everything's functioning. It's not really like a symptom oriented approach, it's more of a functional kind of approach. And, you know, if you think about it, like when there's inflammation, there's usually body tension, muscles tighten up. It might be in the area, it might be in other areas that you're not even aware of. The body senses that there is some sort of problem and it goes like on guard, right? It's like, tighten up, protect the spine, protect the gut, protect the throat, protect the whatever it is. So we start to get all these like little weird areas that start to tense up. One area that you probably don't even think about is in your when your body goes into protective mode is like your hip flexors in your pelvis and low back, they tighten up. Your calf muscles, like deeper calf muscles, will even start to tighten up because it's tied to that protective mode and that tension of like, ugh, we're compromised. Like, let's go on lockdown, right? And so in that lockdown, your body doesn't heal as well. It just doesn't. Like you're in more of a fight flight mode. And we think of fight flight is like somebody's chasing me. There's a creep standing by my car. Something happened. We almost got into an accident. Somebody's being mean to me, or we think of those kinds of things. But like any time that the body feels that it's compromised, that it doesn't feel safe, that it doesn't feel like secure, it goes on this weird kind of lockdown. It goes into its own fight flight kind of reaction. And we always think of fight flight as being emotional or mental. I'd say a good 70 or 80% of it is just your body. It is, I don't know, I'm throwing a percentage out there. I'll get my calculator out later and I'll come down when crunch numbers and I'll come up with a better number. But um, a majority of it is your body, like your emotion and mind. can feel like, yeah, nothing's really bothering me. And so we assume that the body is on the same page, and the body has a very different perspective, right? And so even when we think of like, oh, there's inflammation, it's my knee, I'm going to focus on my knee. Good, you should focus on your knee, but still assess your body. You might notice, like, you know what? My shoulders are tense, my jaw is tense, I have tension in my spine, I have tension in my breath, I'm breathing different. There's all kinds of things that can be there that we're not really paying attention to because, the knee hurts or the thumb hurts or the sinuses are inflamed. I'm having a hard time breathing, right? It's not that you're emotionally stressed, it's not that you're mentally stressed, but vagal tone is the opposite of stress. Like if you look at what vagal tone is, it's your body's going into a more regulated or relaxed state. The opposite of vagal tone is some form of stress. Now, physical stress, like I refer to this a lot of times as mechanical stress. That way it's differentiated, that it's not like I'm stressed out about something or grinding on something. It's not that you're having an emotional reaction. It's just the body is having I don't feel good. Like, it just goes into this mode and it tenses up or it stresses out trying to manage whatever that is. And the more that we understand this, the more that we can treat something in the moment, we become better symptom oriented, like, therapists for ourselves. Like we're able to treat it to a much greater degree. But if we treat it and prevent prior, then when those things happen, we really don't have to think about it. Like the body just kicks in, because we've breaking it, we helped it break out of this repetitive mode that sometimes gets started, sometimes even years ago. A good example of this is whiplash. Whiplash is a vagal tone issue that happens like in the immediate injury. The neck tenses up to protect the spine and to prevent any excess bleeding in that area. And for, maybe 48 hours, that's great. You should be splinting that up and you should, making sure that, ligaments weren't damaged, bones weren't broken, whatever it might be. But then after that, you can let it go. But the body doesn't get the message. And so what turns into that whiplash syndrome is the body doesn't go into a deeper state of rest and repair or vagal tone, and there starts to be problem after problem after problem after problem. Pretty soon, oh, my shoulder's bothering me. Pretty soon, something else is bothering me. Pretty soon, a shoulder's starting to hang, and the other one's contracted and goes up. And pretty soon, there's digestive issues, and sometimes even starts to be like headache syndromes and blood pressure issues. And there's just this cascading effect that happens over a period of time. And the issue is that the body in that area doesn't have vagal tone. It's very common for somebody with whiplash to all of a sudden develop low back issues, and it's not from the injury itself. It's because of the poor vagal tone up in the neck, and eventually, 6 months later or something, the low back becomes unstable. So there's this whole series of events that happen because of that first event, right? And so sometimes we have this thing going in our body that starts to affect tension in different areas of the body. The body clamps up. The body's always trying to splint whatever area that it thinks is compromised, or it goes on a full body lockdown, right? And so with this, how do we unwind it? So we do the general vagal tone that we've talked about over the last few years, but here we're starting to be very specific. And so, even the idea of only thinking about inflammation or the immune system, it still can affect muscle. It can still affect areas that have nothing to do with where you think it is because the body is trying to manage or the body has gone into a lockdown state, right? The more you kind of face it in a holistic way where you're looking at the whole body, right? You're looking at the whole body and sometimes emotions and mind, the more that you can eradicate a lot of the the symptoms and the reaction to an incident or an illness or whatever, because the body is in a better place, it's in a better state. And so, it's normal to go like, okay, I would feel it in my shoulder, so I'm going to go to my shoulder. But, you know, we're going to explore other areas of your body with immune function, the immune vagal tone, and you'll start to notice like, ugh, there was weird tension in my calves. There was weird tension in my back. There was weird, and I'm dealing with sinus inflammation, but there's areas that, as I inhale this, like the body is shifting, right? So we're going to do another round of you just assessing your body, and then I'm going to guide you through doing this practice, but we're going to explore some areas. Okay. So first, let's get good at assessing, right? So assess your body. Where do you feel some tension? Tension, ache, pain, heaviness, some level or degree of discomfort. Keep your awareness on that area and begin inhaling the oil with your awareness still on that area. You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on that area. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Now, if you think about it, another way of saying the immune system is the defense mechanisms, right? So it's the one of the lines of defense for your body. So your body could be in defense mode in all kinds of areas in your body that you're not aware of. So we're going to just do a little exploration and let's just see how this feels as we go through the body. So let's start with the head. Observe your head, your face, your jaws. Let's just start with the face and jaws. Just like you assess the whole body, observe the face and the jaws. Where do you feel tension? Where do you feel something? If you're not sure, then just do the whole face and jaws. You're just observing, you're not inhaling yet. Okay, so your awareness is on your face and your jaws. You're going to an area where you feel the most tension, or you can just do the whole area, but inhale the oil. Your awareness on that area of your body, you're inhaling the oil. Okay, and then let it go. Just let it go for a moment. Okay, do your whole head. Like check out your whole head. Where do you feel something? When I usually do this, I usually feel it in the back of my head. Begin inhaling. As you observe that area, you're inhaling. And then just let go. Now, this next one can be kind of a big one. Check out your neck, your whole neck, the front, the sides, the back of your neck. Wherever you feel tension, achiness, heaviness, something. Tune into your neck. Observe it. And then start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. What's that? And then just be still at that change. Now let's do the shoulders and down the arms. Keep in mind, this is about improving the function of your immune system. But who would have thought that, different areas of the body would cause the immune system to be compromised? Your shoulders, down your arms, wherever you feel the tension, observe that area and inhale. Yeah. And then you're just pausing and being still. Now, your chest and your upper back, where do you feel tension? Just observe it for a moment. Usually in this area, there can be multiple spots. Wherever you feel it, you're observing it and begin inhaling the oil. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Concentrating. Mhm. Think of it as you're de-stressing your immune system. Awareness on the mid back and low back. Where do you feel something? Observe it. Your awareness is on your mid back, low back area. Whatever area is jumping out at you, you're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're just letting it go. Now, do your whole spine. Where do you feel tension in your spine? From the base of your neck all the way down to your tailbone. If you tap into your spine, where do you feel something? Tension in the spine can, and also misalignments in the vertebrae, can actually throw off lymphatic function and compromise the immune system. So putting your awareness on the spine, this one's a really big one. You're observing it and begin inhaling. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Let's do the abdominal cavity, basically your internal organs, from the bottom of the ribs all the way down to about the belly button, or even a little lower than that. Where do you feel something? Observe it and take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. So the pelvis and the back of the hips, your whole pelvic area. Where do you feel tension? Is it in the hips? Is it in the floor of the pelvis? Is it deep inside, which might be the psoas, the hip flexor? Your awareness is on the pelvis. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just let it all go for a moment. I mean, I think you're beginning to experience that. The immune system is tied to the body going into defense mode, right? So the more that you kind of regulate this defense mechanism, the body begins to shift, processes change. Sometimes when somebody's more prone to inflammation, it's just because their immune system is just always in defense mode. It's always stressed out. And just being still. We're going to do your legs. So from your hips all the way down to your feet, where do you feel something? Is it in your thighs, in your calf, in your shin? Is it the feet, the heel, the arch, between the toes? Where do you feel something? You're observing and you're inhaling your oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. How you feeling? Just notice how your body feels. We're going to indulge this process one more little spot. Go to your calves, the backside of your lower leg, and just feel the tension in your calves. Wherever you feel that tension, observe it. And then take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths, inhaling the oil. And then just pause and be still. How do you feel? How's your body, emotions, and your mind? We've only done the first little piece of the process. We are going to do the whole process, but let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions. Let's just process a little bit before we take it and do the pattern.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
So I had a sort of funny one that happened um, as we were doing the neck. The second I started breathing the oil on the neck, I started yawning. It's like, okay, this is going to be a good one. And we get done through that, and we're starting to move on to the shoulders, and my intellect goes, I wonder what that means. The neck and immune vagal tone. Like, what does that mean? And then my intuition just says, you saw what it means. It's okay. It says, oh, fine, okay. And that was it.
Well,
My intellect, the
but like,
intellect was trying to come up with questions,
right, right, right.
and then the intuition said, yeah, don't worry about it. You felt
Yeah,
it. It's
it's
okay.
all good.
Yeah.
Just relax. Yeah.
And that was
But
only
like
like the third segment.
that's funny. So like, if you think about like if the body doesn't feel safe, part of the defense mode is also like tension. And I'd say everybody has some sort of neck issue. It's just to what degree is it? But it's one of the areas of the body where the abdominal area and the spine, where I guess the neck is a like an aspect of the spine, but it's like it's always like, this is um a vulnerable area. So like it's almost like hyper vigilant about some areas in the body. And so you don't think about like neck tension compromising your immune system, but it does. And actually, even vertebrae being out, they're outside to side, it will compromise the lymphatic system. But if a vertebrae slips forward, it actually can cause, and usually does, an autoimmune issue. Like it causes the immune system to really go into overdrive to the point where it becomes hypervigilant and starts attacking the body itself. And, we don't really think of this kind of, it's not necessarily that it's the muscle, it's the interaction between the immune system and these different areas of our body where we hold tension still can contribute to immunity. And, I go back to the idea of like if somebody gets into a bad car accident or people that it was very common with people that were present at like those like shootings and bombings and things. Like within a year, they usually had a very compromised immune system. Like they would start getting sick, like really consistently, like where maybe they'd get sick once every year or two or something in the wintertime, they'd get sick 3 or 4 times and they'd get sick in the off season and they were just getting sick all the time, but it's the body goes into this defense mode, and then it's like running a marathon all the time. At some point you get tired and you just aren't able to perform as well, right? And you also get a little like twitchy, like what's that noise, what's this, what's that, you know? And so the body does the same thing. Like if it's always in defense mode at some point, it just starts any little trigger, it just starts reacting. And one of the ways that it does it is like it holds tension in the spine, it holds tension in the neck, down in the low back area. And again, it's not necessarily that it's just about the muscle. It's like how these systems interact, and you're looking at how the immune system can kind of call the shots to some of the other systems of the body and go, you neck muscles, tense up. You low back, tense up. Like, hey, 911, all hands on deck. We got to address whatever, you know, vulnerability that we think we have. And, the thing that's also an interesting issue is that, say you're feeling fine and you go to work and you get into a weird thing with the boss or something like that. The immune system sees that very similar to the way that we would see a virus or a bacteria. It just sees an outside invader coming to, do something, and it just goes, put up the dukes. And so, the body goes into a weird tension. And so you'll even have like weird immune responses to things that aren't injuries, that aren't a virus or a bacteria or a fungi or, any of those things. You can have these weird immune responses. And way back in the day when I was doing more energy based things, I was talking to the guru, and like I said, I think when we get like contaminated, either from doing a lot of healings or meditating and then going to a really dirty place or something, I said, I think it causes allergies. Like, I think it causes this weird immune response. And, he listened to it for a minute and he went, no. And then he was quiet and you could see him thinking about it. He goes, maybe. And then he kind of went up like this. He goes, it does. It totally does. Like, as he observed what I was saying, it was like we're just reacting to the things going on in the environment. And if the body feels that there's a threat in any way, shape, or form, the immune system is one of the first things that goes, okay, put up your guard, like whatever's going on. So it could be muscular tension, fascial tension, the nervous system gets a reaction, and all these things get a reaction. And we don't really think of it as being an immune system issue, but the immune system is stressed. And remember, stress is like a kind of displacement. Like it was in like maybe a calm place, and then something has pushed it in a direction where it doesn't feel that it's safe anymore or that something is compromised. And so like you said, like your intellect goes, well, why would my neck be, why would my neck be like that? And because we think of muscles as just being muscles and they do this and we do that and but like you could even say your neck or your low back, some of it might be muscle, some of it might be structural, some of it still might be your immune system. It's not always just the straightforward nerves, muscle. That's the way symptom oriented thinking happens. But like when you go through and you start unwinding it, it's like, it could be all kinds of things. Yeah.
I had this other thing that happened as we did the calves at the very end.
Mhm.
Mine are chronically tight.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's there all the time. I know
Yeah. You and me
exactly where it
both.
is without touching it.
Yeah.
But as we were doing that, it was like my neck started to feel thick, dense, heavy. Like, and it didn't feel that way earlier. So
Hmm.
the way I sensed it is that working on the calves made me able to sense more
Yeah.
of what's going on in the rest of my
Yeah.
body.
Yeah. And here's the interesting thing, like I think I've talked about this before. Because there's like tension and cramps, but like there's also a thing called trigger point, right? And a trigger point is a deeper level of tension that's very specific in each muscle, and to the point where it causes dysfunction in the body other than just ow, this hurts, or there's a cramp. It usually causes some sort of neurological dysfunction or something, it causes some weird sensation in the body. And so if you think about it, trigger points are just specific muscles that have very poor vagal tone, like they're in a stress state. And so one of the deeper calf muscles, it's called the soleus, or sometimes people call it the soleus. Um, when it's tense, it actually causes you to grind your teeth. And it's not because of this chain reaction of muscles that go up the body. It's because like when there's that kind of tension there, it throws off the nervous system and it throws off how you interact with the environment. Like, if you think about if your body is in fight flight mode and you go, okay, you're gonna have to start running at the drop of a hat. Just be ready. Like I'll let you know, and then you gotta just run as fast as you can, right? Um, your lower legs go into like they tense up like they're getting ready to do something. And so, emotionally and mentally you look around, there's nothing going on. But your body's like going, but you don't understand. There is something going on. We feel compromised some way, somehow. And so, this idea of practicing the body awareness, you really, it's like your experience with the neck and then eventually with your calves. It's like, oh, that unwound something to where, you know, fight, flight, we're always looking outward, right? We're always looking outward because we're looking for threats. We're looking for where I'm going to run, where I'm going to fight, when I'm going to do anything. Intuition can still take in out, but they usually goes in. And so, we're manually practicing going in. And as you kind of relax that, all of a sudden you start to have these different levels of awareness of the body where, you know, pain's a good example. You make one pain go away and it feels like it's bouncing around. All of those areas were there. You just took away a big stress and then you start feeling those other areas. And so, yeah, I would say that was a version of that where, you're not
So
really aware of the tension in your neck or how bad it is, because we're trying to get through the day. The nervous system has made its adjustments, but as you start unwinding, you're like, I'm kind of a mess. Sometimes when I do the vagal tone, I was like, I'm gonna have to take a week off and just go through the whole vagal tone thing like day by day, and you don't have to do that, but y-
it
when you
could
start
help.
getting such relief, you start being aware of those other areas that are a problem, and you're like, oh man, I had no idea.
Would it help to do the immune vagal tone, in my case, neck and then calves and then neck and calves and repeat it a couple times
Yeah,
to
I would do that. I would
break that
also throw
pattern?
the spine. I would throw the spine in there, but I'd also
Okay.
just open it up to like wherever else you might feel something in your body. You know how we do the whole body awareness, and it
Mhm.
might be weird areas. It might be your jaw sometimes. It might be like I get one that's like a weird one off on the side of just one side of my back. It's not even on the back side, it's on the side. And I'm like, God, that's weird. But when I breathe into it, oh, man, night night, I'm going to bed now. And so, I don't know if it's a structural thing or an old injury that I'm just not aware of. I don't ever remember injuring that, but you know. And so there's these weird areas of tension that, who knows why they're there, you know.
Well, thank you. I guess I can go take a nap for the rest of the
Yeah,
class
I
now.
know, huh?
See you
Good for
later.
you.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Rob.
Hey Greg, interesting combination is the when we first started out for the first little bit, it was real relaxing.
Hmm.
And then my mind went off big time. It's like my physiology was screaming and my mind interpreted it as go do this, go do that, think about this, think about that.
Was it like problems that or things that just needed to be done, or all of a sudden you became aware of something?
All of a sudden I became aware of things and So my intellectual question at this point is, can I go back to the legs and the
Oh
legs
yeah,
and the
totally.
calves and the pelvis
Yeah.
and just like
Revisit all that.
attempt to chill on
Yeah.
pelvis, legs,
Yeah.
calves,
Yeah.
and
Because,
hopefully
because
get through whatever's in the physiology there
right.
to chill it.
Because you know, like you bring up a very good point, is it could be things that really need to be done, or, and this is like usually when I do the or for myself, it's areas where for whatever reason, you know, the past or whatever, the body doesn't feel safe. Like those things that came up are usually
Mhm.
areas that made the body not feel safe. And if you look at the situation, you go, that's ridiculous. Why would I not feel safe there? But it's usually a trigger from something in the past.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
when I was 8, this happened. And so now every time something similar comes up, and so you are like flushing that kind of stuff out of the body so that when something, you know, when something happens, that your body doesn't go into like a triggered state. So I
Yeah.
would definitely like what you're saying. Like if you have areas that are like, you know, because that's the weird thing is, you know, like I've made up blends for all the different areas of the vagal tone. Like so, like later we'll be doing one for muscles,
Mhm.
and it's interesting to me because like the here we're using the immune system, but look at how much it impacts muscle. And it's like kind of this protective mode. When I use the one for the muscles, it really has a bigger impact on emotion. Like it has more like blockages to activation of the heart and just like it's all these like emotional components that
Mhm.
I never would have put that together until I started playing with the vagal tone specific to the muscular system. But, you know, I started looking back and reflecting on some of the different classes. I was like, it totally makes sense. It was right in front of my face, but still my intellect didn't put two and two together, you know, but like the practice is all kind of built into some of these things. It's just I hadn't really realized it like that, you know. And you know, the immune system, the nervous system, the endocrine system, and aspects of the mind really influence all the systems. And so, you know, the muscles could be reacting to things in the glands, to the immune system, just the neurological patterns, and also something in the mind, something in the head. And so, you know, this unwinding of the immune system takes a weird tension out of the body, out of the muscles, that you really wouldn't think of it as being immune oriented. But that's why, like, you know, even in my mind, I started going, you know, I think of the immune system and I think about it like immunity. But really, what it's about is defense, like the defense mechanisms.
Yeah.
And then when I start thinking about it with those words, I'm like, oh, I get why the muscles are tight. I get why these areas are like this because if you think of fight flight, you know, it's the body's in defense mode. I get why there's these weird tensions in the body that, you know, sometimes might not even react to like an antispasmodic or to a pain relieving quality because it's really not about that. It's about something completely different. And so I'd say anything that arises when you work an area, that's like pay dirt. Like just like you said, I would go back and I'd work those areas.
Mhm. Yeah. So I picked Melissa for this
No,
one
nice. Yeah,
because for me, Melissa has habitually been one that will really
yeah,
has effective at relaxing things.
yeah. I would agree.
And I'm not, you know, one of the recurring happens every so often kind of nightmares is the theme is that I'm someplace and I'm trying to escape and suddenly my legs don't want to move,
Oh, interesting.
so I'm not too surprised that, I'm
That's very
doing
interesting. That
doing
I'm
doing
sure.
Melissa and all of a sudden we're in legs, pelvis, and my things are going off for me.
Mhm.
It's like 911, Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And the thing is, it might be a particular incident, it might just be a series of events that never really make sense to your mind, but like you had the experience in your body and you
Mhm.
know it's there.
Yeah.
And and some people were asking about like, can we just use the regular vagal tone? It would work, but like here we're using oils really specific for vagal tone to these areas. And like Melissa's a good one. Melissa's
Mhm.
a really good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Melissa is. I go sometimes a few weeks without using it, and then I start using it again. I was like, God, why? Why do I stop? Like, I don't get it. And it
Yeah.
really is amazing.
Yeah. For me, it's like I go up and I hit a plateau,
Hmm.
and something about that plateau says, give it a break, let it integrate.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah,
in
you're right.
in in the integration, there's another level of the onion that comes off, and suddenly it's important to use it again.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cool. Anyway, great. Thank
good
you.
for you.
Thank you again.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning, Greg.
Hey.
Um, I noticed it in the spine. When we went to the
Yeah,
spine, there was like
yeah,
like a small child, and they're just weeping. I mean, it was just,
yeah,
and
yeah,
the spine felt really spongy, just
yeah.
um, and I had to see the dermatologist because he's like 6 months out, right? And so
Mhm.
they did 2 biopsies, which took medication, and it ran into the medication that was still in my system from the antibiotics. All right.
Mm,
Oh my
mhm.
gosh. Um, I don't do really great on medications, but this really it reactivated everything in my ankles. All right. And my ankles really, especially the right one's been my really strong, good one. And that's the one that's aggravated the very most. Did we do ankles? Can you give me an insight on the
Yeah,
ankles?
just do go through and practice awareness. We did the legs, and then we did the calves. But if you want to go spend time on the ankles, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, all of this is like defense mechanism oriented. So, you know, either areas got overworked or the body doesn't feel safe or feels vulnerable. Um, I like to use the word like insecure. Like the body doesn't feel like it's safe. And so sometimes if it's felt that way for a long time, things get overworked and fatigued and then don't function well. But if you think of the idea of stress, which is the opposite of vagal tone, it exaggerates problems. And then it also, on the flip side, makes areas not work very well. Like it shuts down function. And so, it's not necessarily at the same time, but it's usually like, a process. And so, anytime that you feel like you're going through and doing this and you feel an area like shift like that, I would say the ankles are, for whatever reason, in a very stressed, state. And, it could be the byproduct of the calves, like the calves and the shin would contribute to the ankles. And so like a lot of times if say somebody rolls their ankle, like they're walking and the foot rolls.
Yes.
Like however oils or or energy or physical manipulation. You know, if you go right to the ankle, you'll provide a little bit of relief. But if you actually treat the whole shin and the outer part of the calf, you'll reduce the symptoms immensely.
Oh,
And so, you know, we have the site of the ankle that got rolled, but usually the problem is higher up. And so you know, you could still focus on the ankles, but like look at the shin and look at the calves.
no, that makes a lot of sense. And I had years ago, well, not a lot of years ago, rolled that left ankle. So it was very, very painful.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
anytime you have rolled your ankles, like I used to do it a lot when I was young, and they get a little compromised. And you know, as I got older, I haven't really rolled the ankles, but I'm kind of like Robert, like where you know you could probably bounce a quarter off my calves or something, and you know I get them worked on. I put oils, and they're way better than they were, but they're always, you know. If you ask me, like, where do you feel the most wound up in your body? I don't even have to think. I can go calves. Like my calves are, you know.
And you mentioned to him, I think it might have been Ralph, um, the Solaris or something in the calves, and it affects somewhere else.
Yeah, it causes bruxing. It causes jaw tension and
That's
grinding
right.
of your teeth. Yeah,
Yeah, and I've had that too. Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
you're
And
so
so,
welcome.
Melissa might be really a great choice, obviously,
Yeah,
and Ginger Lily, right?
yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you so
So,
much.
And go ahead, Tracy.
hey, Miss Tracy.
Hi.
Hey.
So, could it happen in the opposite way? Like, I had the root canal, so my mouth was open for a long while, and then just a few
Yeah,
days
it could.
later, I had the
Yeah,
cramp in the soleus.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Totally could.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it kind of seems like it's bouncing back and forth now. Like,
yeah.
you know, one day my jaw's hurting, the next day my calf's cramping again. It's like,
Right.
mm.
Yeah.
So
Because
this
it
should
it
help
is
to
like
kind
a
of.
weird like defense mechanism. You know what I mean? And like, you know, your mind and your emotions know you're at the dentist and you have to hold your mouth up. Your body's going, "What the F? What are you doing? Why are you just
Yeah.
sitting there with your mouth open, letting this person go, ah?" You know, your body is like, "Are you nuts? Why are you doing this?" And so then your body has a reaction and goes into that defense mode. Yeah.
Um, well, I had another question and I think I just lost it. Oh, I know what it was. So yesterday I was going to lay draped over a exercise ball, one of those big ones,
Mhm.
and I kind of lost my balance and rolled off of it.
Mhm.
And it wasn't like hard or anything. Like it wasn't a hard fall or anything like that. But like last night and this morning, I couldn't sleep because my hip was hurting. And it
Mhm.
felt like when you were saying that about how it reacts, like flight or fight reacts and goes to the
Mhm.
place where, and that hip's been traditionally the one that kind of hurts.
Mhm.
So yeah, obviously this class I needed. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Tajal.
Hey, it's a job.
Hey, good morning, Rick. Uh, Something weird has happened when we were doing in
Mhm.
the face, neck, and jaw.
Mhm.
So I have choose the spikenard, and something I really felt went away. And
Mhm.
I had a very weird sound, like a big burp, kind of long. And
Mhm.
I feel very light in that area. And right now, still, I have some heaviness on my back of the neck and shoulder and still feel back of my head.
So you're still feeling the back of your head, you're saying?
Yeah, back
Yeah.
of the head and back of my neck and shoulder
Yeah,
area,
maybe on break, do a little bit more on the back neck and the
back
back of
neck.
your head.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. So I can do for like whenever I feel little heavy with this oil.
Yeah, like you know, there could be different reasons, but here we're really tackling defense mode, and I would say that out of all, you know, all the things like muscular or pain or discomfort is, you know, we really don't think of the muscles being involved in defense, you know, the defense
Yeah.
mechanisms. And so you know, it's this interplay between the nerves and the muscle and the immune system, like all these different dynamics, but then it produces this kind of armoring in the body. And so, you know, areas go into a holding pattern. So if this, like, you felt like it brought relief in an area, or you feel like, oh, now I'm more aware of it, then I would spend more time working that area. Like, you know, because for whatever reason, your body went into a defense mode in that area.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And we don't need to know why. You know, I think that's also the thing. You know, I think we all go like, well, it's probably from that accident, or, but you know, sometimes it might be the way that you sleep. It could be an accumulation of things. It could be a little bit of a muscle imbalance. It could be, you know, it could be all kinds of things. And so the goal is just to unwind that part of the body. That's all you're really doing. If things keep arising in your mind, you can, you know, at some point address those, but a lot of times they're just passing. You know, you don't really
Right.
have to address them. You know, because a lot of times those things are tied to a reaction. And you could say like some of these things that rise up in your mind are these reactions that get like kind of trapped in the body, and then they start bubbling up, like when you put like bubble water in something and the bubbles rise and then pop. It's a lot like that, you know. So you just kind of watch them, and if something lingers, then you can address it. But a lot of times it's just stuff leaving.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like that.
Yeah,
It's all I'm releasing and it is going out from my energy body. At one point, I felt
right.
like that. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
perfect.
good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very
Yes.
beautiful beginning of my Saturday.
Good.
Happy Saturday.
Hey,
Thank
you
you.
too.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Lavanya.
Hey, Lavanya.
Hey, Greg. Hey, Sam. Thank you so much. And I have one short experience to share and
Mhm.
one quick question. So, when we focused on the spine, I
Mhm.
felt like there was some tension on the lower spine.
Mhm.
Then, but when I was like trying to be aware of that, there was like a tiny spot that grabbed my attention in the lower, like right around the back of the solar plexus. And I
Mhm.
quickly moved there. And then I was like, I don't know what happened. Suddenly I was so happy, like
Good.
very,
Yeah.
very happy. It's
Yeah.
like, where did this happiness come from? Like, because when good things
Right.
happen, you
Right,
tend to
right,
be, oh my
right.
God, what is it? Is everything okay? Suddenly,
Right.
I'm not. So that was kind of like that. That was
But
interesting.
like you know, I think you bring up a great point is that, you know, if your body feels like it's in defense mode or that something bad is happening, it does affect the emotions and it does affect the mind. You
Mhm.
know, like because it's still getting that stimuli from the
Yeah.
body, and so the emotions are like, don't be happy because you know, your guard will go down and you'll be vulnerable,
Yeah.
or you know, the mind is, you know, constantly like, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, like it's looking for you
Yeah.
know, causes. And
Yeah.
so yeah, you hit something like that, you're like, ugh.
I
That's your
know.
happy
Like,
spot.
it was very
Your happy
quick.
spot is your low back, like in a particular area, apparently.
Yeah, yeah. It was very quick and very like just it went with the flow. I didn't
Mhm.
deliberately do any, or force myself to do something. So it was I'm trying to be loose with it and trying to practice the way you are teaching it to be instead
Mhm.
of, kind of, oh no, I got to stay here, I got to breathe deep. But like letting the process be process and myself be myself and being
Oh,
loose.
good.
So I think I'm starting to kind of, get it. Thank you so much for that.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome.
And then when you were talking to somebody about the ankle, I noticed that I never hurt my heel, but there is something about the heel. And then there is these days, my knees were weak too, but I feel like they are trying to tell me something. And the
Yeah, that
knee,
can still be your calves. Like a lot
okay.
of times that could be calves. But one of the things that also will happen with the heel is sometimes we start to get like little deposits in the heel where like when you're standing, you're putting pressure on that area. Those deposits will start digging into the tissue, and
Yeah.
eventually we'll even start to develop the spurs, which are like these little pointy things, like just like calcium and just debris in the body. But a lot
Okay.
of it settles in the feet, but especially the heel.
Okay.
And so it's very treatable. Like it doesn't mean like that's just the way it is now. It's very treatable. But practice this with calves. And
Okay.
then if it still feels like it needs something, you use something like Lovage or that Arthricare, like an ointment,
Yeah.
and rub it on that area. And a lot of times it will diminish the discomfort quite substantially.
Okay. Thank you so much for that.
You're
Yeah.
so welcome.
And go ahead, Ollie.
Hey, Ollie.
Hello, Greg. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Great, thank you. And I really love this reconditioning. I don't know how to call of
Yeah, reconditioning. That's a great way of saying it. Yeah.
the defense mechanism. I really like what you describe as our immune system act also when we are under influence of energy in
Right.
place. I have one question because when I did this process with you, also in other classes, one thing that I notice on myself is that when I look at my body and I find a spot that come up, I then breathe on the spot, and after a while, another spot comes out.
Yeah.
At the beginning, I didn't want to follow the other spot because I think maybe it's just my mind that wants to take me off the track. But
Right.
after a while, I noticed that in a way they both are correlated. So it's like
Yeah. You're right.
something like this. So sometimes I find myself breathing on a spot and then breathing on the both together, and the shift happens. I don't know if it's right.
Yeah, you could do any version of that. Like you could, for me at first, like I do kind of that same process where you go, is my mind or my body trying to trick me? So
Yes.
I'll stay on a particular area. But then, you can move to the other spot, or if you can, hold both spots at the same time because you are doing an unwinding. And the thing is like both those spots were always there. But the one that you brought your attention to is usually more primary because your attention went to it. And so as it starts to unwind, you'll start to feel these corresponding spots where it feels like, it's bouncing around. And what's happening is you're shifting that area. Those other areas were always there, but now you're becoming aware of them because you don't have that primary discomfort. It's that old joke, at least it was in my family. Like if you said, oh, my shoulder hurts. And then, somebody in my family would go, well, if I stomp on your foot, your shoulder will stop hurting. And, there is some truth to that. It's, uh, you always feel the primary area of discomfort. And those other areas are still there, like if somebody, I mean, it's a weird example, but if somebody stomped on your foot, it's not that your shoulder stopped hurting, it's that you couldn't you couldn't feel it anymore because now the foot hurts so bad. And so then when the foot comes down, you'd go, oh, now my foot hurts, but my shoulder also hurts, because now it's starting to balance out. And the primary pain is calming down. And so, we're not necessarily talking about pain. It could be discomfort or an agitation in the body. Here we're really working these like defense responses, but still our body will tense up in ways that you really wouldn't think about until you start unwinding them and you're like, oh my God, like, some of this neck issue might be actually more related to the immune system than to the pain or muscle or nervous system or whatever it might be. And so, I would just play with any version of that, focus on one and just let it continue to unwind, but then you can move to the other one, or like what you're doing, put your awareness on both.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
will.
Either way.
Yeah, because I notice also most of all today that when the points unwind, it's like maybe they are not aching, as you say, it's just some subtle feeling that the spots give me. But when they unwind, also my mind becomes more clear.
Yeah, yeah.
And before I didn't feel like I was not clear in my mind, but
Right.
it's like my mind is clear.
Right.
It could
I would agree. And again, you don't really have a reference. You go, oh, my mind's totally calm. And then you unwind some of these areas and like, no, now my mind is calm. Like, we don't really know that there's that tension there because it's usually calmer than it was before. And so you go, well, my mind's calm. I don't, I'm good. Everything's quiet. And then you take some of this defense mechanism reactions out of the body, and you're like, whoa, God, now my mind's really calm.
it's
Like every part of vagal tone will contribute to that, where your mind keeps going, oh God, now it's even calmer. It's even calmer. It's even calmer. Like it just keeps, yeah.
Thank you really much, Greg. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And we had some in chat as well. You said that stressful events can cause immune issues. So would you also say that significant trauma in childhood could cause diseases later in life, like autoimmune disorders, specifically prolonged significant trauma?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I saw that a lot in lupus. And it wasn't always an event. It was just like maybe stresses or a traumatic event, but areas or times where just as a child we don't feel safe. Then as we grow up, it just kind of continues, even though circumstances change, it can be there. Yeah, like I would agree with that. Yeah. I mean, in any condition, you can always boil it down to some area or aspect of vagal tone being the issue, because it's the repair mode. And so something's not repairing. And, yes, there's genetic issues, and yes, there's this and there's that. But still, how our body handles those things still is dictated by how good our vagal tone is. And, if you want to take it deeper, even our ability to express outward, like when we talk about the materialization process and like achieving our goals and healing relationships or healing whatever, be it goal, prosperity, that's also tied to vagal tone, because if we're always in a stress state, how we express ourselves out in the world is going to be a reflection of that stress state. So if we're not feeling safe, that will be the expression outward. And it might be that we are afraid to take a chance, or we're a little bit standoffish, or we're a little bit aggressive because we feel vulnerable, or, whatever it is, like the outer expression would be tied to how safe or the level or quality of vagal tone in the body will then get expressed outward, if that makes sense. It's even like kind of what Ollie was saying, like a quieter mind is a better problem solver, is a better, can learn things, can think out of the box. And, he felt quiet, he did this, and now the mind's even more quiet. And so in that stillness, his mind became a better observer, a better problem solver, a better ability to heal, be it mental, emotional, physical, and can learn things to a greater degree because the agitation of the body that manifests in the mind is quieted down. A lot of times the thing with like the monkey mind, it's not really your mind, it's your nerve. It's a lot of times it's your nervous system. And when we look at vagal tone, like even though we're working the immune system, we're still impacting the nervous system. Like we're playing this dynamic with muscle and nerves and the immune system, and it's producing a kind of result. Right. So it's not just like, oh, I'll go to the immune system, or it's this weird dynamic that is, then you could call it almost like a rhythm, like this particular rhythm between these things produces a certain result.
Thank you. Was the use of lovage for tight calves for heel discomfort?
It's for spurring or deposits in the heel.
Would marjoram applied to tight calves help?
It could help. I mean, marjoram's always good for reducing tension and spasms, but it does pull the body out of a stress state, but it depends on like what, and we don't have to go down all those rabbit holes, but even combined with what we just did, you still could throw marjoram on the calves. But there's been times where somebody has tight hamstrings or tight calf and they go, I put marjoram on, it feels better, but the problem persists, right? Like and so, I mean, it could be muscular, it could be immune related, it could, there starts to be reasons why that's there. And so, you could still use marjoram, but marjoram wouldn't necessarily be a replacement for this, but it could be something you do hand on hand. And if you're taking the body out of defense mode, a lot of health issues are because a particular area of your body is in a stressed state.
And they're asking, or another oil? Like, could marjoram be applied to tight calves help, or another oil? And I think you kind of answered
Yeah.
that, right?
Marjoram can be good for tight calves, but I guess what I'm saying is it's not necessarily a replacement for different kinds of vagal tone that might impact that. Yeah. But marjoram is great for taking spasms out of the body. I personally go through a crazy amount of marjoram.
I think this is a logistical question. They're just asking, is this category called idiopathic? I'm not sure when they were asking that. So if you want to clarify, I'm not sure when you put in that question. And then somebody was saying they were trying to order the kit for the tuning into Divine Calm number 3. I just made it available to purchase still. It had expired. So
Oh,
if
yeah.
you go back, I'll post the link to the class again. So if you want to purchase the kit for this weekend, I made it so it's still available for purchase. Thanks, Robert. And let me just have a couple more that look like, yeah, that looks good. All right.
Okay. So how about we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll do the pattern. We're still on segment 1. We'll do the pattern. So I'll see you at a quarter till and we'll hit the ground running. Yeah, everybody, let's come on back. And now let's go through and do a protocol. We were just doing step 1 out of this whole process. Okay, so again, you have Cape Chamomile, Dalmatian sage, or really any sort of sage. Dark blue tansy, galbanum, melissa, spikenard, or vetiver, or the immune vagal tone. Your awareness is on the body. You're practicing body awareness like we just did, but now you're assessing the whole body. Where do you feel something in your body? Your awareness is there. You're practicing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go. Now your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your navel. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Move your awareness an inch and a half below your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. The basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. The back solar plexus, the mid back area. The middle of your back, below the shoulder blades. The jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear. Both jaws. And then your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Your awareness is on your back throat, the middle or the back of your neck. The area between your eyebrows. And the top of your head, the crown. And then just let go. Just let go. Now, I would say the pattern is made more potent by the body awareness in the beginning. Like if you do the body awareness well, the pattern, it really hits the energy centers that contribute to, uh, immune vagal tone. But if the body awareness isn't too high when you go through it, it will still have an impact. It'll just take a lot longer because you'll have to keep doing it over and over and over again. So let's go back to the body awareness. Let's practice body awareness. Where do you feel it in your body? And wherever you feel it, begin inhaling. You're practicing body awareness. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just let that go for you. Your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're 1.5 inches below your navel. How's everything feeling? Yeah, it keeps going down. Yeah. Your tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area below the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The jaws where they hinge in front of the ear. Your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the back, throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. And then the top of your head, the crown. And just be still. Just be still. Practice body awareness one more time. Just feel your body. Where do you feel something? Just observe that area. As you observe, go ahead and inhale oil into that area again. And then just let go. Just let go. Okay. So how about we'll just let that sink in. We'll break for lunch. I'll come back. If you have questions or shares, we can do that. But then we're gonna jump into vagal tone as it has to do with inflammation. So we'll come back straight up at 2 o'clock on the hour and we'll hit the ground running. So I'll see you in an hour and a half. Hey, everybody. Sorry we're running a little late there. Go ahead and come on back. So the second segment is just general inflammation. This isn't necessarily vagal tone. It's just basically assessing levels of inflammation in the body. So there's a big, huge list of oils that will work for this. You know, basically anything that's anti-inflammatory is on this list. In the kit for purchase, we're using citronella. And, you know, the thing is, like citronella, we think of it as just something to get rid of mosquitoes and things like that out on the patio or whatever. But anything that has a lemon scent is somewhat anti-inflammatory and also somewhat antispasmodic. And citronella is actually a good antispasmodic, and it has anti-inflammatory properties. And in medical aromatherapy, it gets used for a bunch of things. And one of the great things about it is it's also very inexpensive. So you can really kind of go crazy with it. And, you know, it produces a result. So big long list, black cumin, candia, citronella, copaiba, coriander, dark blue tansy, eucalyptus citrodora, another gray one. I mean, all of these are pretty darn good. Eucalyptus radiata, frankincense, galbanum. Galbanum, something we use quite a bit. German chamomile, ginger, goldenrod, guava, gurgeon balsam, helichrysum, hyssop decumbens, anula, lavender, lemon verbena, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, melissa, Moroccan thyme, myrrh, neroli, neoli, peppermint, petitgrain, any form of petitgrain, any form of pine, ravensara, ravintsara, Roman chamomile, Siberian fir, Sitka, St. John's wort, tarragon, tea tree, turmeric, vetiver, wintergreen, yarrow, and yuzu. Big long list. So choose something from that list. The kit for purchase, it's citronella. I thought we'd explore citronella a little bit with the kit for purchase. So, okay, so again, whatever oil you chose, we're practicing body awareness again. So be aware of your body, just feel where you feel something. A tension, a heaviness, an ache, or pain, whatever is the biggest thing jumping out at you. Again, this is to shift the body into repair mode, and it's also to shift the mind from intellect into intuition. So you're practicing awareness, and you're starting to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still practicing body awareness. And then just let that go for a moment. Now we're going to just run through the body, but step by step, piece by piece. So we're going to start with our feet. Notice how your feet feel. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the feet as you inhale the oil. And then just be still for a moment. Notice how your feet feel. How does that feel to you? You're already sleepy. Now, if you think about it, if the body has stress in this particular area, like when you start addressing it, it will make your body sleepy because then um, you're switching out of stress mode and you're switching over into rest and repair mode. Like this isn't even necessarily just vagal tone. This is just ways of reducing inflammation. And so we can have inflammation in areas we have no idea about. It could be very low level, low grade, but you know, feet, I would say it's easy to kind of start there and go, oh, I wonder if I have inflammation there. The better question is, I wonder how much inflammation's in my feet. You're on them all the time. It's the lowest part of your body. All that kind of stuff just settles in your feet. Okay, so let's do the lower legs. So from the knee to the ankle, just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then do your knees and your thighs, your upper leg. And then the pelvis, the front, the sides, and the back, your hips. Your awareness is on the pelvis. And then just pause and be still for a moment. How's that treat you? And you're using the citronella. Who would have thought, huh? Mm. Now, lower abdomen, round the sides and the lower back. So from the navel down and the backside of the navel on the back. So that whole band all the way across the low abdomen and the low back. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the abdominal cavity, like so, the internal organs. Bottom of your rib cage all the way down to the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move to your mid-back area. That whole mid-back area from side to side. And then the chest and the upper back. Your chest and upper back. And the tops of the shoulders, so like all this area up in here. You do. Who would have thought citronella? And then why don't you just be still again? It's knocking you out. And there's no mosquitoes around you either. Okay, now we're going to do the arms, the forearms, the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. So you're from your armpit and the top of your shoulder all the way down to the fingertips. Your neck, your awareness is on the neck, the front, the sides, the back. Your jaws and your whole head. Your jaws and your whole head. I include your face, your jaws, the back of your head, the top of your head, your ears. And then again, revisit the body awareness. Where do you feel it in the body? Wherever you feel it in the body, your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. We're going to do another round. You can use the same oil, or if you want, you can rotate it to something different. So again, you're assessing your body. Where do you feel something in the body? Practicing body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath wherever you observe something in your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling in that area of your body where you're observing something. Move your awareness to the feet. Awareness is on the feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The lower legs, so from the knees to the ankles. The knees to the and the thighs. So your upper legs. Your pelvis, your hips. Your low back and your low abdomen. So from the navel, the backside of the navel down to the top of the hip bones. Your whole abdominal cavity, the internal organs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The mid-back area? The chest and upper back. Your awareness is on the chest and upper back. Your tops of your shoulders. Your awareness is on the tops of your shoulders. The arms, the forearms, the hands. The neck, your awareness is on the neck. the jaws and your whole head, like your whole head. And now, just let it go for a second. Assess your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Now, wherever you're feeling it, inhale into that area. You're inhaling into that area. And just pause and let everything go. Okay, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. So this is just a good way to address inflammation in the body, assess if there's an area in your body that really needs it or your whole body needs it. You can use the things here, inhalation, topical, and I would say a good majority of them could be taken internally. Not all of them, but a lot of them. But inhalation should be enough or topical. You know, I am in the process of breaking down different kinds of inflammation and listing and labeling the different oils that work for different kinds of inflammation. So that'll be available to you here soon. But anyway, let's go ahead and unmute and type in. How did you do?
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
How did you do? Is
I
it
thought,
napping up?
I thought it was really refreshing.
Oh, good.
Overall, I just felt like it was kind of opening things up and
Mhm.
gently, but kind of this clearing that seemed to be going on, especially around my head.
Okay.
And I work primarily a whole lot still with the citronella, but I brought in German chamomile for parts of it, and
Oh,
black
yeah.
cumin,
Yeah,
just for sticky parts, like in
yeah,
my
sure.
lower back and my back of my
Yeah.
neck, but
Yeah.
But citronella was
But-
really,
Yeah, citronella is kind of like a refreshing, like it's different. You know what I mean? It's got a little bit of the same vibe as Eucalyptus citrodora, you know.
yes.
And even lemon verbena is anti-inflammatory, melissa is anti-inflammatory, anything that has that lemony kind of scent. But like German chamomile, it's interesting that you did those. German chamomile is like very acute. Like when you really want to reduce inflammation, like really quick, you go to German chamomile. So injury, infection, things like that, because it also does a bit of a metabolic cleanup. And then things like black cumin are a great long-term way of resolving inflammation in the body.
Oh,
So you kind of got a short term and then a long term. Yeah.
it was really lovely. And I felt like even from the first one, I've had some real clarity on writing on some letters I had to write. I had just
Oh,
some,
good.
which and I felt like it freed me to write it.
Yeah.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense? And
Yeah, no. I mean, yes.
Yeah.
The inflammation causes a kind of stress in the body where, you know, like when you procrastinate or you're like, oh, I'll put it off. I just don't feel like it. I mean, part of it is your body doesn't feel good. Stress always will cause things to shut down, but your mind isn't as clear. Like, you know, you don't think as clearly as you do as when inflammation is reduced. And so even if you just get a little short reduction, all of a sudden your mind's working better, your mind's working clearer.
thank you. I really appreciate it. This is
You're
great.
so welcome. Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead, Donita.
Hi, Greg. Hi, everyone.
Hey,
I just, um, something weird happened. So there's this, this big list of oils you gave. So I looked at it earlier and I don't know what happened, but I chose spikenard and it's
Mhm.
set. It's not there.
Right.
Um,
It still has some anti-inflammatory properties to it. Yeah.
but it just took me, but it was like I had the helichrysum next to me and other ones, but I picked up spikenard and I just looked at the list again. I was like, oh, it's not even there. However,
Yeah.
it took me, it's like someone just shoved it in my face to smell it. Oh my God, it took me into a different world. So I don't know,
Mhm.
what did it do?
Spikenard?
Yeah,
It still has a bit of an anti-inflammatory effect, but it also helps to kind of reset the nervous system, and it's and definitely an antispasmodic as well. You know, it's there's different kinds of spasms. You know, there's spasms and there's a thing called contractures, which are a bit different. And spikenard and valerian and vetiver, all a bit better at contractures than they are at just, you know, the cramp, you know.
because it was very deep.
Mhm.
Dropped the bottle, and I was like, and now I'm looking, it's not even there. That's why I wanted to ask you, like, what was that about?
That's funny.
I know it is funny. Yeah, it is funny. But anyway, yeah, thank you. I
You're
need
so welcome.
that.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. I just
Hey,
wanted to
Letty.
mention real quick that I was, for some reason, I don't know why, but I wanted to use spikenard too. But I did. I looked at the list and I was like, oh, it's not even on there. But spikenard came to my mind too. I don't even know why, but I just went with Old Faithful helichrysum, so it was good
There you
though.
go. How'd you do with the helichrysum?
I did good. Yes, I did.
Yeah, good.
Really good. Thank you, Greg. Thank
You're
you,
so
Sam.
welcome.
I don't know, you're still awake, Letty. I'm not sure.
I know it's gonna rain. It's gonna rain because I'm still awake. But no, I'm gonna tell you the first process. Robert asked me, "Are you still there?" And I was like, "I know I went out for a little bit and came back in, but I don't know." The first process, I was just like, "Wow, I don't know. Maybe it was too early in the morning." But I used vetiver.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I used vetiver, but I do want to get some of that immune vagal tone. Want to see how that feels. So
Yeah, yeah.
I'll send you an email, Sam. Thanks.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hi. Um, I have something going on around my sinuses and my head,
Hmm.
and
Oh yeah, I
nothing,
can kind of hear it in your voice.
yeah, nothing seems to clear it.
Hmm. Does it feel stuffy or is it running or what do you feel?
Feels stuffy. I have like a tension headache. I took something for it this morning. I used Tradora and then I shifted to Helichrysum. That seemed to work a bit better.
Why don't you try using something like red myrtle or rosemary verbena,
Okay.
or like from the Auric programming class, the sinus support?
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you try one of those and see how that. I mean, it's not going to be a magic bullet where it just instantaneously does it, but it'll get you moving in the right direction.
Okay.
So, could it be allergy time of year, or you think you're getting a little sick, or
No, I think it's just I don't know what it is.
okay, yeah, yeah. Start with either red myrtle or rosemary verbena,
Okay, thanks.
or sinus support.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Someone shared, so very sleepy, feel good, and floor is looking real nice for a nap.
This is one of those ones when you do it, you just want to like get in the fetal position and, you know, curl up with a blanket or, you know, I don't know. It kind of feels like a rainy day sometimes when I do it. You know, you just like to curl up and like, I'm just gonna nap the day away.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just kidding. Yeah, I think those were the shares. I'm still knocked out, so.
Okay, well, let's take a break. We'll come back at 35 after, and we'll start inflammatory vagal tone. So I'll see you in just a little bit. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're at the top of page 9, inflammatory vagal tone. So here, you know, the thing with the inflammatory process is the key word there is process, right? We're not really targeting a piece of anatomy and working how that anatomy functions, and we're targeting a process and trying to regulate a process, which is going to involve a bunch of pieces of anatomy and physiology. But here we're going to utilize the materialization breath. Now, when you take things internally, you know, whatever that might be for inflammation, it is going to have an impact. But here we're trying to do it through inhalation. We're doing it through that particular process. So it's going to be 3 steps. We're going to practice body awareness. We're going to do the materialization practice. And then we're also going to do the brain, spine, brain soles of the feet. And the reason we're doing that is that's going to impact also what you would call the spinal thalamic tract, but basically how our body reacts to things. So we're looking at processes and reactions, right? So here we go. You have choices. In the kit for purchase, there was the blend inflammatory vagal tone, but you could also use coriander, eucalyptus citriodora, goldenrod, guava leaf, helichrysum, neroli, or vetiver. So choose your medicine.
Someone's wondering, would lymphatic blend work for this?
Not really. No. Yeah. Do they not have choices or? Okay. Okay, so you're looking at first body awareness. Whichever oil you chose, you're going to have that ready. Check in with your body. Where do you just feel something in your body? You're practicing body awareness. And now begin inhaling with your awareness on that area of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, pause and be still for a moment. Now, this is what I would say about this. So we're doing body awareness, then we're doing the materialization process, and then we're doing that part about, our reactivity or our reactions, right, in the body. So usually when we're practicing body awareness, you would go to an area that you feel like, okay, I feel something in the chest, I feel something in the leg, I feel something in my jaws, something of that nature. Here, because you are targeting the inflammatory vagal tone, basically we want to help regulate that vagal tone. And so we want to regulate the vagal tone specific to the inflammatory process. And so I would visit areas in your body that you're prone to inflammation. If you have a bad knee, go to the knee. If you have bad sinuses, go to your sinuses. If you have issues with your liver or kidneys, put your awareness on your liver or your kidneys. And we'll do that. And then when we do the materialization process, part of what you're doing with the materialization process is you're materializing light into the physiology, into a process. So you're breaking that process out of a pattern and helping to establish a new, more appropriate pattern. And so whatever area in your body like bothers you or you're prone to inflammation, let's have you put your awareness on that area and practice body awareness. And then pause and be still. Just let it incubate. So we're going to do it again. And I would say if you have multiple areas, still do that first area of yours. Let's really work it. We're going to do several cycles of this. So let's really go deep on a particular area that you have in your body. So wherever that area was that you just did, your awareness is there again. Observe, and then begin inhaling the oil. We're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Okay, now you're going to use the same oil, same bottle. You're going to hold the bottle to your chest and you're going to do materialization breath, right? So just to give you a demo, head down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, and then down, inhale, up, exhale. So when you go down, inhale, and then up, exhale, that's one breathing cycle. We want to do about 8 or 9. You don't need to focus on anything. You You don't need to be aware of anything. You just go through and do the steps. Okay, so bottle to your chest, chin down. Inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Let's do one more. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Just be still. And then make you feel happy nap. You get this look on your face like, okay, bottle to your chest again. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You could do it at your own pace. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. We're going to come back around and do it again. They're just being still. So we're going to come back around to that, but we're going to move on right now. So we're going to do application C, which is begin inhaling with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spine. The brain spine at the same time. The brain and spine both at the same time. And then brain and soles of your feet. Just pause and be still. How do you feel with all that? Feels nice, yeah. Okay, so we're going to go back up to body awareness. You can do that same area, but usually we have a list. So let's go to a different area in our body. Observe that area in your body. As you observe that area in your body, take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Well, I had a bottle of Melissa around me somewhere. Pretty much there's a bottle of Melissa wherever I sit. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Again, body awareness, same area. And then pause and be still. Your awareness is on that area of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let it go. You're just being still. You're just letting it incubate for a moment. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're just being still. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Okay, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Move your awareness to the spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and the soles of the feet. Okay, and then just let go. Just let it incubate, just let go. How's that making your body feel? Mhm. We're going to do one more cycle. So again, feel it in your body, assess your body. If you have a different area, work that different area that you haven't addressed yet, or go deeper on an area that maybe really plagues you. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still inhale on that area. And pause and let it go. You're observing that same area. Your awareness is on that area. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just let it go. Just let it go. Now let's do the materialization breath. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Let's do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Bottle to your chest again, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. And then the brain and soles of your feet. You're just letting go. Just check in with yourself, check in with your body. How'd that make you feel? So good, yeah. Let's share experiences and ask questions. If you guys need a minute, we can always take a break and then come back and do that. But let's try to do shares and questions first.
Yeah, go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you, Greg? Thank
Doing
you.
good.
Yeah,
How'd
this
that treat you?
very, very calming actually. And
Yeah, isn't it?
yeah, the joints and muscles are pretty comfortable, I guess is a good word.
Good,
And
good.
yes. And so I just had a couple of questions. So with these roller balls, do you recommend we put them on certain areas? But like
You
the
can, but a
specific,
lot of times it's just like it's an easier way to either put it to your nose or roll it on
yeah.
an area. I
Okay.
mean, you can always dab it on like the area that you're working on, like you can just roll a little bit on there just to amplify the effect, but it's not necessary, but it does
Okay.
enhance it a bit.
Yeah, that one was very lemony. Were there, I guess I'm just curious which oils were in that one.
Are you talking about inflammatory vagal tone?
Yep.
Let's look it up and see. Yeah, so the oils that are listed there, the coriander, eucalyptus, citradora, goldenrod, guava leaf, helichrysum, neroli, and vetiver. That's all of that blend.
Okay.
And that
Okay.
doesn't always work that way. Like sometimes there's only like one or two things in a single way, but all of those do contribute. I would say the lemony thing is probably the eucalyptus citradora.
Citrador. Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This morning was really rough, just with a lot of pain. So the body definitely feels quite a bit
So
better,
I
thankfully.
I would say if you're having like that like achiness or something like that, I do this on kind of a regular basis. You don't even
Okay.
have to do the first two segments. Just jump right to this segment
Okay.
and do it. And because like even the thing with you'll notice like you feel like calmer afterwards. And
Yes.
if you think about like the inflammatory processes, part of what it does is it can inflame like those homeostatic responses that are associated with emotion. And it's not that it generates like a bunch of emotion, it just makes you feel like, I don't know, it's like a lot of times what I call like agitation in an area. Like you're not really mentally or emotionally agitated, but your body is just like
Yes.
it's just like if somebody said what's wrong, you're like, I don't know, I just don't feel good. That's usually
Feel
what
right.
I say. I'm like, I
Yes.
just feel there, and it is kind of like it throws other body processes off, and it is like agitating to different systems, and you just end up just, it's not over the top, but like something's happening, but you can't put your finger on it.
Yeah, and it's weird because
Yeah,
especially today I noticed it really was affecting my brain. Like I
sure.
would forget what I
Yeah,
was doing and just
yeah,
foggy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'd say
Not
like
just slightly, but quite a bit better. Um,
oh good. Part of like when we don't process real fast or we're having a hard time recalling things or things of that nature is there's a issue with the nervous system, but also um like inflammation on the mind
mhm.
slows like the mental processes down. So you just, because it's not even that it's like, oh, my brain's inflamed, but
No.
it's just a kind of agitation that just keeps going up the chain, like it's, it's a little agitating to homeostatic emotions. And then, it impacts our regular emotions. And it usually doesn't make us like anything but maybe, like we feel a little cranky or we just feel like, blah. Or a lot of times I'll just like, I feel nothing. Like I feel absolutely nothing.
Hmm.
And not like you show me puppies and I'm like, oh, cute. But like if I'm in that state, I'll just go, oh yeah, cute. Like
Yeah,
I
whatever.
don't
Yeah.
have the emotional response that's like a
Responses.
positive. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then in the mind, it's just like you're slower to cognitively process.
Hmm. Would this pair well when there was that period of time, I forgot when it was, it might have been January, December, where you did that series on the regenerative process
Oh,
with
yes. Yes.
inflammation piece.
Yeah. Yep.
It would pair well with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Then my other question is related to I was going to say citronella. I find it really interesting that citronella is helpful for some of these inflammatory processes because I always thought of it just like you put in bug spray,
Yeah. As weird as it is, like the because it's not an expensive oil, but a lot of times those things in bug sprays and candles, it's still fake. Like
Right. Yeah, that's
it's like
true.
they take a chemical component of it and which cracks me up because the real thing is probably almost the same cost as the fake stuff.
Probably.
But whatever. And there was a while where there was a couple oils I couldn't get. One was terebinth and one was citronella. And I used to have to beg distillers to do it. And I would go, I'll take, 2 years worth right now. Like, I'll take 20 kilos or something. And it's such an inexpensive oil that a lot of times distillers won't do it. But if you get some real good like because even like there's quality levels of citronella, but nobody really pays attention to it. It is a bit, because it has some of the same things that like Eucalyptus citrodora has.
Yeah, I was wondering
Or
that because it
yeah,
smells
anything
similar,
lemon
actually.
has some of the same chemistry to it. Not
Okay.
completely, but there's a couple key components in there. So you get like Melissa, lemon verbena,
Yeah.
things that are like kind of precious oils still have some of those same components. And so citronella, if I was dealing with like really strong inflammation in the body, it might not be the first thing I would use, but you could use it. But for just good like daily care, and I mean, I use Eucalyptus citrodora a lot for that, just because,
Yes, me
man,
too.
it's just good, and I just put it on neat on the body, and it feels good. Or, I put way too many drops in a salt bath, and it feels amazing, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And you could do the same with citronella. Like
Okay.
it's not like the A team like Melissa is for certain things, but it's still like an A team for a lot of stuff. And inflammation and spasms in the body, it actually still works quite well for that. And it's just kind of forgotten about. And
Yeah. I like the smell actually of this essential oil more so than like those candles and things that you were
yeah,
talking. Yeah.
yeah. I will say, not that citronella is fancy, but I get a super fancy citronella. I can't help myself. And so I search out this like fancy citronella. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for giving us such a
Yeah.
big bottle of it too.
Yeah. 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 I thought you could play with it and, salt baths or just putting on somewhere neat or, you know, anything. In worst case scenario, you just keep the mosquitoes away when you're out.
Yes. Yeah, we have a ton of them at Albuquerque. It's
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so
You're
much.
so welcome.
Somebody shared thoroughly baked. Don't know which ends or where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling so much better after that. And that was like every cycle we did, I focused on my sinuses for that inflammatory thing. And there's still, sinus, but like the pressure's gone, even one side is opened up, and my mind feels much clearer.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Like it's just, yeah.
Yeah. So that was nice. See if anybody else had anything else. I do think you're knocking people out, but
Yeah, so let's do one more process, but we'll take a break first. So we still have a little bit of time. How about we'll come back at a quarter after the hour and we'll squeeze in one more like process, then we'll. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're at the top of page 10. And here we're going to start dealing with, here it's just like the storm that happens in the body of inflammation that happens when we have a virus. Different kind of viruses produce different kinds of responses in different areas, but this is a good general one. And so again, bay laurel, Eucalyptus radiata, Anula, Monarda, myrrh, neroli, petitgrin, Ravensara, Siberian fir, or vetiver. And then in the kit for purchase, it's virus inflammatory storms. I think here it says viral. Either one. In my notes, it probably says viral too. What's it say on your label?
it says virus.
Virus. I'll change my note. Okay, so you can practice body awareness with this one a little bit, but this one we just kind of go through and do a pattern. We're trying to shift the process even deeper that we just worked with the inflammatory vagal tone. So with whatever oil you're using, let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then the lungs. Move your awareness to the lungs. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. And then the back solar, the mid back area below your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your liver, so right hand side of your body below the ribs. Go to the other side, the left hand side of the body below the ribs. Your awareness is on the spleen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the area between your eyebrows. And then just be still. You're just being still. You're just being still. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. The lungs, your awareness is on your lungs. The back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back solar, the mid back area. The liver. Right hand side of your body below the ribs. Your awareness is on the spleen, So the left-hand side of the body below the ribs. And then the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. And then just be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. So just like we did before the break, we worked the inflammatory process. Here we're going and we're targeting different kinds of inflammation in the body. And we're still kind of going after the process. And so when we get viral infections of some sort, we have this kind of like I called it a storm just because I thought that was a good visualization, but all of a sudden there's just this like storm of inflammation. A good example of this was COVID. Like, there was this big storm of inflammation that would, hit the body. And tomorrow we're going to be doing bacterial and fungal infections as well. But the thing with the viruses is that sometimes we get a virus and we get rid of it, but there's also different kind of viruses that once they're in the body, they kind of stay in the body and they'll be like active and more dormant. And even though you might not be manifesting symptoms, you still are being affected that virus is in the body. Like the chicken pox that later in life turns into shingles, that was in your life, in your body that whole time. It was causing issues in some of your physiology, but you didn't notice it until you got the shingles, right? And so, as we progress through doing these deeper dives on vagal tone, one of the things we're going to talk about, not in this weekend, but we're going to talk about how to reduce the viral load of different kinds of viruses that, once we get them, we have them in our body, and so there's 3 or 4 that, I'd say a majority of people might have had an exposure to 1 or 2. There's a few that would just be a specific population that might have it, but we'll talk about that at a different time. But here we're just going after the inflammation that's generated by viruses. And we don't really think of it like that. We just go, oh, I have inflammation in my body. And, there's a lot of different kinds of reasons why the inflammation can happen. And so here we're starting to target the different kinds of inflammations. And it's not all of them, but it's a good start, not to make the topic too overwhelming. But anyway, let's have some shares and questions. You can unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there. I had an interesting response to this one. I used that blend in the kit, and from the first inhalation, my throat reacted, almost
Really?
burning.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think once years ago, I overdid some eucalyptus inhalation. I don't know if
Right?
I reacted to that. But it,
Yes.
particularly my upper throat,
Uh-huh.
and it feels like there's this thick layer of mucus hanging there as if it wants to protect my throat.
Hmm.
My nasal passages feel clear, my sinuses feel okay, but my
But
throat,
you just have mucus in your throat.
yeah, but this burning sensation. So I did the second round with Bayloral,
Mm-hmm.
and as soon as I started inhaling this cool energy started moving like almost through my whole body. It took the irritation down just a notch, but it's still, I wouldn't call it burning, but it's still irritated. I mean, I don't know if there's something there that is,
I'm not sure.
yeah.
Let me kind of sit with that for a minute. I'm not sure what that is.
But it was instantaneous with the blend.
Huh. Like one of my first things that my mind jumps to is like maybe there was some virus that, as you kind of do this, like sometimes there can be a little bit of pushback. I wouldn't have thought that, but it doesn't look like it's that.
Okay, because
Yeah.
a friend of mine that I've been in contact with her father got COVID in rehab and she had some exposure to him, but she tested negative 3 times. That's the only thing that kind of comes to my mind.
So just burning and mucus in the throat.
Yeah, nowhere else. The rest, sinuses, nasal passages feel fine. It's just really the back of the throat.
And you usually have issues with eucalyptus, or you just overdid it one time with eucalyptus?
I overdid it inhaling it once in like a steam thing before I knew what I was doing. I don't know that it was radiata. It might have been globulus. I don't think it would have been. I assume there's some eucalyptus citradora in this.
There's not actually.
Oh,
This
okay.
this is radiata. Yeah.
I meant radiata, but yeah.
I'm not sure what happened.
Okay.
It doesn't look like allergies. It doesn't look like it's a virus reacting. I'll kind of keep sitting with it and see if I can't see
Okay.
what that is.
Thanks.
And are you having any sort of respiratory or mucousy issues before this happened?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, let me sit with it, see if I can't figure that out.
I did have a spoonful of peanut butter on the break, but I don't usually react to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say. Yeah.
I'm at a loss.
And even if that was the case, you just gotta push through that. You can't get rid of that peanut butter.
No, but that is a place it can stick. Thank you.
So. Did you want to say the thing about your jaw?
Oh, it was so funny you say that because I was like, what was it? What was my thing? And it was my jaw just feels looser
Right.
and it still does. But in the moment, it was like, wow.
So you look like you keep having this look of like, what just happened? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like
There's
something just happened.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I think it's also my mind trying to like grab a hold of
Mm.
something. And because it is
Mm.
this viral inflammatory,
Right.
whatever. So yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey.
Your comment about the jaws reminded me that ever since the Wednesday practice with the Manjusri sword, I have
Mhm.
noticed that my lower jaw seems to be moving back and forth, and so those teeth are gently rubbing against the upper teeth. I've never noticed that before, but I noticed it.
Like
after
it's
that
looser or it's tighter?
Good question. The jaw may be looser, but I don't know that it's done that before. I mean, I clench
Hmm.
when I do some physical exertion, but that's the back teeth. This is the front, like they're gently grazing each other.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And it
I
was
see.
significant after the practice Wednesday, and I've been noticing it off and on since then, and it was happening early today. I don't know.
And normally there would be a bit of space or a gap between the lower jaw and the teeth, upper
I'm
teeth.
not sure there would be a gap. I think it's more, it would be still. And so now there's motion and I'm noticing them rub with the motion.
Okay.
I don't know if it means anything I should pay attention to. I'm not aware of it happening.
Well, that's
before.
interesting because that's also kind of like, I know it's not quite the throat, but it's in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Like,
But it,
okay.
it was significant after the practice Wednesday evening.
Do you clench at night? Like, do your teeth clench or your brucks at all?
I'm not aware that I do, but
Okay.
my dentist asks me that periodically. So
Okay.
I know like I said, I grind them when if I dig a hole to put a fence post in, or if I really,
Right.
that I know I clench, but
Right.
grinding, I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, let me look into it and let me see if I can see
Okay, it's
something.
just a weird little motion of this back
Yeah.
and forth gently rubbing of the teeth. I don't know what it's about.
That sounds almost kind of spasmy. Like it's got a bit of a spasm or a little bit of
Okay, that feels, yeah, my jaw minors did a little weird thing when you said that too.
And like you're swallowing, the last few days or week, it's been okay. There's been no difficulty in swallowing or anything like that.
No, there hasn't. Although right now
Okay.
there's this like wanting to suck that mucus down.
Right. Yeah.
But the
Yeah. I hear you there.
swallowing is
Yeah. Okay.
right. Well, thanks.
Hmm.
Question, if we are feeling a virus coming on, should we do segment 3 and segment 4?
Yeah, you could totally do that. I mean, I would actually even do segment 1. The viral vagal tone. Or is that what one was?
No, because we just did the virus.
The
Oh,
the
maybe it was. I
immune
see what you're saying.
vagal tone. Yeah, you could do 1, 3, and 4. The idea is trying to prevent the storm, and then afterwards, the storm sometimes like you get over everything and your nose is still running and there's still like some symptoms left. That's still a byproduct of what I would call the storm. And so the more you can calm your body down with those things, the better. Sometimes with COVID, it wasn't that first round, but it was like maybe a couple of years ago You know, when the sinuses were really impacted in some people, they would get over the COVID and they would test negative for a while. But like even after everything was done, there would still be like a lot of running of the nose. It was almost like allergies. And again, it's just kind of tied to an inflammatory response. And so, yeah.
Thank you. Great. It looks like that might be the shares for that session.
Okay. So we're going to come back at 10 in the morning and get going. And then also, you know, next weekend we have the 1 day of dream processing. But on Sunday, we're going to do the energetic mechanics, but tied to vagal tone. So we've done that class a few times. So it'll be a 3.0. It's a free class. But, you know, we're working with like health rays and etheric chords and all of that. But it's going to be open for everybody. But the people who are going through the mentoring program, I was going to suggest that maybe you do it if you can. It will be good for just doing cleanup when you're doing different kinds of work and things. And so keep that in mind. We're going to send an email out so you don't have to remember, but just if you have free time and are available next Sunday, it's just a 1 day free thing. So anyway, okay, you guys. Well, I'll see you in the morning, and we'll hit the ground running.